welcome, my friends. I'm gonna go ahead and adjust an audio thing real quick here. Well, is that no? Okay. I'm sure it'll be fine. Thanks for watching. If and when you do, I doubt anyone is watching this live as it comes out. And you know what? That's kind of intentional. I know better than to think that a brand new content creator is going to get big overnight. Obviously. That's not really why I'm doing this. I want to try to pass off whatever knowledge I have. I'm not going to get too philosophical on you. Let's just say, seize the day. Call it that. There might have been a frantic vibe to some of my earlier videos. I think I'm in the clear. I have an abundance of caution. I'm still keeping my head down, so to speak. And just making art, trying to stay home and making some videos for this week. Maybe getting caught up on a lot of the content that I have been making, that I keep talking about. And like so many early YouTube channels, I just keep making more stuff. What can you do? My process doesn't lend itself well to scripting, and I hate editing. So let's just do it live. I got myself a guitar over yonder. I am exhausted. Going through kind of a mental shift. It's complicated. Staying positive. Filming on a MacBook Pro internal monitor. But that's enough of that. Looky here. A brand new Fruity Loops. Fresh as a daisy. Nothing to it. Nothing at all. I want to check and see kind of where I am most in frame now, real quick. So, what am I going to do? Well, first of all, that's probably where that's coming from. Great, now I don't hear myself. I have traced the issue. So, first things first, when I'm making a song, I don't want to make it unless I have a reason. That's kind of just art for me. Like, that's whether I'm making one of these videos, insta post, whatever, I want to have a reason for it. And there's not always with art the best opportunity to encode that reason into it, and sometimes that does it a disservice, especially if it becomes useful for somebody later. I'd rather that kind of work itself out over time, and I'm pretty sure if you look backwards, it'll just kind of make sense implicitly. So this is not going to be a music theory lesson, okay? I'm kind of switch this a little bit so I don't have to worry about being in frame. This is not going to be a music theory lesson. This is going to be very vibes based, because I think that's kind of how most musicians are. If you are getting started making music and someone's like, try FL Studio, it's cheap, it's, you know, like that's gonna probably be what brings you here if you're new. I'm just gonna be real. DAWs, I'm not gonna get into the war about software, you know, just use what you got lying around. But you might look at FL Studio, you might look at a different digital audio workstation type of software, and it might be like, what do I do with this? How do I make beats? Obviously, you could think about just adding stuff, like, oh hey, you know, let's go ahead and just insert whatever. And if you're new, that's a good idea. But if you have a feeling in your heart and you have no cheaper way to make music and you have an access to software like this, an old laptop lying around, my advice to you is to kind of just let go of that for a second and focus inwards. The first thing to know about music theory from my non-academic perspective, but as somebody who has spent some time with the academia, just enough to know why and how it's so frustrating, it seems to me that they are now spending more of their time explaining when and why music theory doesn't work than actually how to write like Bach. We don't listen to that shit for the most part. I'm just gonna be real. Don't ask me how I know. You know, I tried to make some prog dream theater nonsense once. Just leave it at that. What I'm trying to say is like scales, modes, all that. It's great, but it's the feeling. It's the vibe that's gonna carry it, and that 9 times out of 10 is gonna be like a couple of chords, maybe. It's the rhythm. And that's the thing that music theory spends the least amount of time on. But if you look at music that's popular, it's rhythm. For our ears now, I can't tell you about erudite Victorians and what they thought sounded good, because I can't go back in time and ask them. And if I study history, then it's selected by the perspectives of people who could write things down. And then the filtering process of what survived, how much it was reprinted. Don't worry, there's a lot of bangers in that classical music. I'm not trying to knock it. But one thing I have noticed as I dip my toes into it is it's so vibesy. It's not like we're looking for that movie score vibe, because that shit, sometimes it hits a little bit. But if you listen to like a classical station, I recommend All Classical Portland. It's great. That's not... They're looking more for like what was the inspiration for John Williams, right? You know, the planets type stuff. I forget who composed it. Somebody please help me with that. It's Schubert, whatever. There's vibes, there's intensity, there's a lot of rhythm. The Bach pieces that stand out to me, that I go back, and that's not always like, you know, at this point, it's like the one classical composer I spent a lot of time with, so I got weird personal ones that I like. And for me, I'm noticing, yeah, weird rhythms, vibes. He'll do his cool, let's have like a kind of leitmotif type, a simple melodic structure, and then have it kind of go through the dream theater hallway of mirrors that is modulating the different keys a million times in that Bach way. But the ones that I like are the ones that have like some kind of weird little break in there. I don't know. And there's actually not that many. Something I'm noticing, and that's what made it really stick out to me, is if I like go almost any form of music, if I dig into like what the OGs are saying you should listen to, it's like constant bangers. Classical, not so much. I'd like to do a deep dive on that, but for now, what I'm going to say is like rhythm, okay? Count your ands. Practice it, sure. That's still getting lost in the theory, because that rhythm's in like the beat of your heart and the way it changes when you feel. To me, there's a lot of drum beats that kind of just get you in that mode. I noticed myself being a better guitar player as soon as I started listening to more hip hop than classical. Happened a long time ago. Just saying. The flow matters. And it's our current years now. So, if you're like me and you have an easier time getting moved to tears by hip hop than Bach, well, this might be the right music theory and live stream for you. So what I recommend is find that last song that really made you cry. That last movie, I guess, the painting, memory, whatever it is that's in your heart that's compelling you to make it right now. You need to get back to that. I'm going to try to show you how I get back to that because I just got lost in the sauce of getting video stuff set up, which is still new for me. I was gonna. Okay, now I got everything. Just kind of make my life simple. To make sure I don't cross-contaminate the streams. Oh goodness, remind me later about that. Apple. Still fewer pop-ups than a lot of things. Okay, I'm gonna switch something handy-dandy little nugget phone. And for me, it's a song that honestly, like, what it brings up is not what the song is about. It's all memory. But this just happened for me, where I heard a song for the first time in I don't know how long. Close to 30 years. Not 30. No, close to 20 years. Sorry, I'm not that old. I'm 35. Yeah. Something like 19 years. And it's this song right here. Last time I heard it, it was a really messed up night. So I'm gonna listen to it again. Go find your song right now and put that on with me. Let's feel. Could be this song if you want. If you don't have one, you can laugh at my reaction. Hey, look, if you do it right, memories might be bad, or the feelings, and you might not even be able to finish it. That's okay. Want to take a second? Because I want to do this on camera for a sec while I get grounded. Okay. Go finish your song. Watch that scene. Stare longingly into that painting one more time. Dust off that photo album. Listen to those old voicemails, whatever you are about right now. I'm gonna leave this running. I'll be back in a few. Thank you. Just because I like to drink coffee a lot doesn't mean I don't tote the. Anyway. Yeah, so. Now that we've managed our feelings well enough to use a computer, and no better than that, for the sake of art, this is where you personally are going to need to lean into your talents, whatever you have right now, whatever your strongest thing is, while at the same time remembering that the perfect is the enemy of getting it done at all. If you do it right, this might just be a stepping stone along the way. It's okay if every art you make is about this feeling, if it's that all-consuming. There might be a time where you make a different sound, paint with different colors, but there might not, so just do what's in front of you. At this point, I'm lucky enough to have gone through making enough songs where I'm comfortable changing my workflow a lot, and I kind of suggest that y'all stay in that way. But if you're watching this, you probably knew. So right now, if you're a writer, write some lyrics. If you're a guitarist, strum some chords. If you already make beats, lean into whatever you've already done. If it's the same chord progression, if it's the same whatever, if it's got that vibe, do it. So give me a second. I apologize, this is part of the process, as frustrating as it is. Here I was thinking we were gonna go straight into some Fruity Loops times, but I think instead I'm gonna try some of this. I got a little too lost in the feelings, and I don't really even know where I want to go with this one. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think part of why I'm making this video right now is because there's something recently that I haven't been through in a long time. Since I was a teenager, I guess. It feels like high school shit. But it's bigger than that this time. One way or another. Can't say much more because, to be honest with you, I don't have much more. You can check out previous live streams and then you'll get caught up with what I have, frankly. You can check me out on Instagram. Don't look into it, dude. Just stay calm, stay centered. Let's fix smart. Cool. So, this is a feeling that to me is expressed pretty well with a certain I don't know how well that's picking up. Give me a sec. Okay. I'll get into what I'm doing there in FL Studio to make that happen in a moment, but for now. So it kind of makes me think of a certain and if you listen to the stuff I have on Bandcamp or wherever, that might actually sound familiar. I milk that progression. I'll try to do different things to get into it. Sometimes I'll even pad it out or shorten it. Or use a larger progression to sneak that in. That, they call it a 4-1 progression. But in this case, I'm adding the sevenths on it and nothing else. It's just the Jack Johnson style chords. Guilty. That's the vibe. A certain nostalgic pang in your heart. But in this case, it's not that. See, one thing that I like about old school hip hop and honestly even the new stuff, some people might say it's misogynist, okay, and obviously I am the kind of person to call that out, but I'm gonna encourage all of you all to take a step back and consider what they're actually saying in the context, and what they mean by the words and the weight that they carry. Because you might actually come to find that there's a different attitude entirely going on around all that stuff, and y'all are bringing your own shame into it, and it's kind of embarrassing. So get over it. If you listen to it long enough, you'll see what I mean. Otherwise, go check out different YouTube videos where they probably deserve reviews and likes for that kind of content, talking to you about that experience more than I do. What I will say is that as somebody who has experienced violence on the streets and a lot of shit talk, and it's different, but a kind of discrimination. There's a relatable relationship between trauma, isolation, and limerence, and an attitude in hip-hop that, especially when adjusted for the cultural context and the weight those words are meant to carry, has a lot of good advice, and for me helped to make a connection about how I use limerence or relationships or some pathetic notion that such a thing would really make me feel safe or better to hide from the danger. When in truth, you gotta be careful. That can be a Spider-Man type situation where your Mary Jane becomes the thing the Green Goblin uses to get you. I don't know. I honestly haven't seen it forever, and that's just because of time. Which Spider-Man was the best? Can you guys let me know if someone wants to jump back in? I kind of want to watch 3 because I remember it being funny, like in an unintentional way. And I digress. Emo Spider-Man was hot. What were right music? So for me, the score progression has that limerence. But it is purely the intoxicating siren song form of it, I would say. And this is where I'm going to throw a little bit of theory at you. Just enough to help you pick some chords. Think about it like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, okay? Because that's what it is. That's how many chords there are. There's 7 chords. There can be a lot more if you want to get into some Pearl Jam nonsense. But, dude, you gotta be careful. Otherwise, you'll look like one of those dorks. You know what I mean. Goofy dudes, dude, don't be like that. Exactly, that's not the vibe. That's what's masking the real vibe. The real vibe is something more like... see if I can... This is a 7. And a 6, yeah, okay. I'm just second guessing myself right now and tired. You could go minor and say that that's like a 2-1 in minor, but I'm gonna keep things simple. We're gonna stick to major, okay? Just trust me, it'll make things a lot easier for this song. This is a 7/6. That is deeply ominous. Very discordant. Four, 1, 7, 6. What can we do with that? Well, we got the 4. The 1 and the 6 have a unique relationship to each other, where they have a lot of similar notes. See, this is less of a resolution. This feels way more tense. This is what we're going for. And the 1, if you start or end things on that 1, it's going to have a big impact. If you do too much, it's going to get that cheesy Hollywood vibe that may or may not be good. See, I don't like that. That goes too dissonant to too bright. 7 to 1. Because it resolves, right? Too complicated. Let's try to dial it back. I'm already feeling myself getting lost in that heady forms world of scales. Gotta stop it. Let's pick 2 chords. No more. They better be good. Oh, what did I say earlier in the beginning of the video? Fuck it. These are the chords. They're not tense enough. What options do we have? We could just make them. This one's like the. I was playing it with the 7th. I'm just so used to it. I'm a Jack Johnson little. I'm sorry. I think I like that. So it's F major, 4 major, C major, 1 major, F major minor 7th, C major minor 7th. So it's 2 chords, but I'm cheating a little bit. Sorry. Alright. Back into this. Let's pick a tempo. I'm feeling like 90s lately. Don't ask. Let me check it. Yeah, that's about right. Okay, so I don't want to arm this. This is just for the voiceover, and hopefully we still have that coming through. Looks like it. Okay. My click track ready. Alright, we should be good to go. I'm hitting the big red button. Audio into the playlist as an audio clip. 1, 2, and 3, and 4, and 1, and 2, and 3, and 4. strumming pattern there. You wouldn't really want to do that if this was just all we were going to do. Sorry, I probably got out of frame there. But for now, I'm going to set this down. Okay. Yeah, so for now, we're going to set this one down. My guitar, I mean. Let's look what we got. So, we have printed the guitar with these effects. Added Destructor. It is a default plugin. I left it pretty default. It brings out a little bit of what the guitar already had. I added some gain here and left it the same otherwise. So I'm actually going to go ahead and mute that as well. And save on some processing power. Go ahead and do that. Okay. Huh. Whatever. I'm just trying to make sure things are still good. We got audio here, and how's YouTube looking? Laggy. That's great. Okay. Right. Sorry, y'all. I am exhausted. Go ahead and get this little 1/4-inch cable out of the way. And drink some more coffee. Dear. Alrighty. So looky here. I got this printed wave. We're going to go ahead and select it here. It is automatically routed it to this guy. I think that's inconvenient. I'm putting it here. Command L will send it right there. I'm going to go ahead and F2, name this my guitar track. And first things first, I'm going to just get some house cleaning out of the way. Cue the memes. If you don't know, there's not a producer meme that says if you just put a high pass filter on everything, you'll sound better. It's not true. You need to be careful about it. But I do need one on this. Alright. So I have it loaded in here. Let's go ahead, take that off. I'm going to take the metronome off. Let's just give it a listen. Okay, I'm self-conscious and a little impatient. But as you can see, I have no rhythm, and that's fine. Because I'm going to go in here. And if you're like me and you have just literally the cheapest travel guitar that you could get on eBay, that's carbon fiber. I have to have it on my back while I'm riding around and doing my stupid life. Don't worry about it. Whatever you have, okay, lying around, and you want to make music, but you don't want to practice enough, especially for this feeling to go away. Time warp sample. We're gonna go in here and select all. And oh goodness, what is it? What is the thing? I haven't used this tool in a minute. I apologize. Playlist. I do remember there being something of a pretty easy. I will admit, I am the kind of person to do multiple takes and get it close enough most of the time. But that's only because there's so few songs that have guitar until recently. Shift marker amount. feel like it was a right-click situation. Perhaps. Well, look at me. What a tutorial this is, hey? Feeling self-conscious. We'll get back to this. I'm sure it'll come back to me. And if you ever get frustrated, do that. Just fuck it. Just get back to it. Cool. I'm gonna. So I'm a hotkey kind of user, so I took off the little keyboard guy. It's gonna be C for your cut tool, and then I'm gonna go ahead and option click this to drag it, or alt click, and kind of get that going. Next thing I want to do is, because we're gonna be just messing around with these samples for a minute while I get this song worked out, go over here. I like to go smooth, but this is declicking mode. When we start making, especially if you're gonna make some like beats, if you're gonna turn this into electronic music and you want to have some live samples like this, do that. It'll make it have less of that like awful electronic loopy vibe. Let's see if, when did this start to really sound bad? Yeah, right there. Cool. That's convenient. So check this out. If I set this guy here and we loop him like that, that almost sounds like I didn't fuck up at all. But if we go over here to no bleeding, that's the default one. And okay, in that case, I lucked out. And it still sounds okay, but it wouldn't, I don't know, I'd feel a little bit awkward about it. There is still a little bit of a click, so if you really want it to sound clean, generic, smooth, transient, let's try transient. How does that sound? Ooh, that sounds lovely. Alright, enough getting lost in the weeds. Again, perfect is the enemy of the good. We need to move on. Let's change this over to time based rather than measures, just because of the old music theory dorks situation. We have roughly 42 seconds worth of loop, so yeah, like a minute 20 right here from looping this twice. There's enough variation in this drum pattern that I think we can survive with that. Cool. So let's say you are like me and you are prone to fussing as a way of continually hiding from the tragic nature of whatever the fuck the song is about. First thing I think to do is to accept that that's what's happening, right? And then to be like, cool, what's this thing I'm focusing on? Currently, it's lining this up onto the beat about as close as it can be, and trying not to think about it. I might even just go back to kind of an earlier thing here, because I was doing a lot of messing around. Is that not the thing? Hold on a second. How do we... Current project? If you start doing a lot of big undos and whatnot, I'm a big fan of how FL Studio does this type of stuff. It's great. So this is the first time I changed the clicking method. Perfect. We're gonna work with that. And there we go. That was that part I fucked up. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 colored chunks of music. 5 minutes and 20 seconds. Okay, decisions time. The decisions to make. Just falling off my armrest. the decisions to make for me right now are, do I want to go drums or bass? I'm not ready to face the lyrics yet. I'm going to go bass. Here's why. Again, say you're like me and you are exhausted, running out of fucks to give, and honestly running out of free time. We're going to go ahead and make one of these unique. I apologize. As sample. Even though there's no other one like it. I'm going to call this bass. Okay, that's annoying. Okay, that's also annoying. Okay, that's great. Sorry, I switched between macOS and Linux so much that I'm a master of zero hotkeys. Can you just go down? I just need to send you to the next track without... Okay. Wow, some tutorial, right? Can you believe I've been doing this since like FL Studio? I'm not gonna be one of those people you don't need to know. But it won't. When you see these embarrassing maneuvers, it won't give me any extra cred. Cool. So, pitch shifted down. Fun fact. That's pretty much what a bass sounds like. Sure. One thing I did in my recent EP on a song was this, basically. I want to say I did it for a section and another song as well. But one and two. Do you know those kind of like doo-woppy songs where there's kind of like a ba-dum, 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 a little bit of that dub kind of vibe? I'm gonna add a tinge of that, and I'm gonna hope that the Jack Johnson-y vibes here don't make it actually sound like dub, because I got too much respect to try to dip my toe in that pool water. You know what I mean? Like, that's just not for me. I listen to it. I'm gonna try it after. Nope. I'm gonna go before. And we're gonna go like that. And like that, actually. This might not work. I might have to record a new bass track. Especially because it's, chords. But here's what you would want to do, just to kind of help. Because, obviously that sounds awful, right? God, doesn't that sound bad? We're going to go in here and we're going to go do that. No means. So what I'm looking for here, do you notice how there are a lot of these little spikies? They kind of just it's like a comb shape almost. It's like a resonance pattern or something. I don't know. You just kind of want to think like some of those are good and some of those are bad. I saw this technique in the mix video a long time. You use spike one. Oh, there. I don't know if you noticed, but there's nails on the chalkboard thing for me. Ooh, yep, okay. I'm actually gonna go in low pass on this because of the other shit. Yeah, it does sound better. And then, this might seem weird, but I do want to bring some of these higher ends in. That sounds more like a bass, minus the horrific timing. so we have to come back to this now. Fit tempo. Is that it? Is it that? Is it just that easy? It might be. So I'm deciding between kind of like a 1 and 1 and 1 and, or like a 1, 2, 1, 2. It doesn't sound good compared to the other way to my ears right now, but I think it might be time to add a drum track. So here is my advice for that, since you're watching. Go over here, pull out your little side guy if it's not present. Check this. Go down to packs. Go to drums. And what we're gonna do is try really hard not to think about Kanye too much, even though I will listen to 808 and Heartbreak later, probably. Don't tell anyone. And yeah, just grab all the ones that say 808 next to it. It's that easy. Cool. Snare? Yeah. Alrighty. There's one extra thing to add, and that is going to be your fruit kick. As in the kicks I fruitily dish out. Don't kick me. Don't try. Just don't. Am I in frame? Kinda. Glad I checked. Right. So yeah, we've got this. And then I'm gonna press Shift and then kind of drag click all of them down. It's kind of a weird selector, but I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna bring this over. I'm gonna go right here. I'm leaving these open for some reason. I don't know why. I'm gonna add a couple more of these tracks. And then I'm gonna go Command Shift L, which sends them all out. But we're not done yet. I'm going to, what is it? It's a different selecting one. Is it Command drag click for some reason? I don't know. Yeah, take them out of the master and over here. And this is going to be called drum bus. And then that is going to go doubly to 2 spots, and this is going to get the ultimate meme for later, except in reverse, because this is a, oops, never mind. Yeah, I'm so sorry. I'm trying to do talking and doing the thing at once. I'm gonna do kind of like, maybe, no, I was right. Low pass filter, all the way over here. This pretty much bumped up like that. This is gonna have what we call a fruity peak controller. And then this is gonna have, at the end of its effects chain, and there's a better way to do this now, I'm sorry, this is just my old school process. Link to controller. That one, and then do it inverted. Okay. Accept it. We're gonna go down here. I'm gonna make sure I can get back to that. I'm gonna go. This is the low and peak bus. Sure. A bus is just whatever. I don't know what it means. You call it that when you have a bunch of them going through it instead of just one. I think. Whatever. That doesn't matter. What matters is this. Because what we're gonna want to do is, I just like to set it up as I'm working. That way, it just saves time. I'm just gonna show you all how to do it. Because chances are you're distracting from the emotions too. Cool. Bass. I'm gonna change that bass to be about as level as you can get it. Don't stress too much. The volume, we're gonna come back to later to really dial it in because it's gonna depend on a lot of other stuff. I just like to lay the infrastructure. It helps. Cool. So there we go. We're gonna just have that EQ on there. I'm not gonna do shit with it yet. This is my drum bus, and then this is my low-end peak bus, which has a hella one of these, and I like to spike it up like that because it gets you more play out of this volume knob, in my experience, which just gives you more control with the other knobs. We'll get back to that. For now, I have this, which is kind of like a 1 and 2 and I throw a touch of samba where, like what I'm talking about here is like, for one measure, I might be like strum on the 1 and the 3, and then on the next one, I might wait and strum on the 2 and the 4. It's a cool vibe. It's really simple. It's a classic Brazilian samba kind of beat if you do it in the right tempo and the right way with the right instruments and stuff. Oh my god, magic. I'm not going to try to steal too much of that, just trying to get inspiration. So as a result, I'm going to intentionally try to avoid that vibe with my drum tracks, because I'm looking for more of like there's like a She Passed Away song. I want to say it's called Soluk. It's the first track on my Turkish is terrible. I think that's the language. I'm not going to try it, but just look it up. It's good. Sorry for mispronouncing. But yeah, there's like kind of like almost like a surf rock vibe. So, cool thing you can do with this little slider here is tell it exactly how many beats you want your drum pattern to be. I'm going with 32. And then I'm going to just get these guys. Let's go with every 8. If you right click and go fill, that's nice. You can also go advanced fill, which is something I always wanted to order at the Oregon gas stations back when they had a gas station attendant, but I always just got the regular fill. I'm sorry. How can we, yeah, so we can kind of go like boom, boom. Ooh, no, we're gonna go toms, I think, on that. And then snare on 3. No, we're gonna do snares on 2 and 4. I feel like that's good. Gonna give it that 80s vibe. Okay, close hat. Too fast. Stressing me out. Alright. What does that sound like? I mean, I gotta dial this in. So I like this to be an 808 drum track on its own. Here, check this out. Sounds pretty good, but once you start adding a bunch of other bassy stuff, I kind of like to have something else to help it out. And then you can kind of dial in when you want to add more thump and less thump. I don't want it to overpower. of sounds more like that, like almost reverby room noise, if such a thing could exist in a kick. Okay, yeah, I'm actually pretty happy with that. Let's try that though. Too fast. Yeah. I like it. When you're writing a drum track, I would heavily avoid anything too like 4-to-the-floor dancey at this point. Just that's just me. I don't know. Sorry, I just gotta check to see if I'm in frame every now and then. I'm not too good at this yet. It's kind of got a little trap vibe to it, but we're slowed down, and I think that'll make it so that we can get away with calling this goth music. So as you can see, I have shifted this a little bit. If you grab your selector tool and just grab that wave, and then you do a Command B, it'll just kind of send it to the next thing over, and it'll keep it in alignment, which is good. So pattern 1 here, we're going to go ahead and plop one of those down, and just kind of see how this fits for a sec. Okay. So we're gonna go this time warp sample again, and I'm gonna actually have to figure out how this works. Loop. Oh, edit. Oh, okay, it's gonna be in here. I should just like look it up. Can't believe I haven't had to do this in a minute. Oh, tempo. There you go. Yeah. No? I don't know. Transient. Okay, well, let's see what it does. Reset. There's one of these that moves a lot. It's like right there. I'm gonna try zooming in on that guy. Oh my gosh. These controls. Why am I so bad at that? Okay. Gotta stop feeling self-conscious. Okay, here we go. Oh, goodness. Can Can we just have a consistent zoom command? Okay. The groove. Yeah, if I groove down all the way, it helps a lot. Try that. Sure, let's just try that. What happens if we send that to the playlist? Is it better? Yeah, alright. That feels a lot better. Okay, it still sounds like hot garbage. I'm not gonna try to fool you. It does, believe me, I know it. And I'm prepared to just delete that and start again if I have to. It is what it is. Did that? Does it? I don't know. Okay, one thing I'm noticing is that, obviously I was making that drum beat in a vacuum. Like, if I had a real drummer here, we'd be grooving it out in real time. What if we just shifted it, just a half step? It sounds pretty off. First thing I want to do is probably make sure these actually line up right. Sometimes it's hard to know whether it's the spike and the transient a little bit beforehand. That sounds a lot tighter. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and try. Without the bass, it sounds good. Oops. I'm just gonna select that whole row right there, kind of like it's like a Google sheet. And this is making me think that it's something about trying to do it that way that was not working. Not actually that bad to have it just kind of. Let's try this. Okay, didn't check which one was selected. That was on me. Okay, bass goes to bass. Okay, I think this might be something where if we mix it a little bit, this might sound a lot better. So I'm gonna go ahead and first thing you want to add into your mixer chain, pretty much once you have an EQ down, first effects for me is this. We're gonna set the threshold probably about here, which is pretty aggressive, and then delicate right here. I'm gonna go ahead and leave lots of attack, less release. We're gonna go with soft, and then we're gonna see how that goes. Cool. I'm gonna do the same thing over here. So once again, compressor. I'm gonna actually make this one more aggressive though, by a lot. Like these little changes, that dB, that ratio, that makes a huge change in how a compressor sounds. And this one, I am not going to be nice to. I'm going to squish it. That already sounds better. Kind of makes me wonder if we can try this again. I think so. I don't think I always wanted to do that, like following it thing though. It's just yeah, so I'm just gonna take out some of those fills. And just kind of leave this as like a really delicate backing. Okay. Sweet. Okay. I get lost in that all forever, but I won't. Cool. Hey, so listen to that. One quick guitar sample. We've got a vibe. Obviously, like the more we mix it down, the more it'll kind of sound like a thing. This is why I like to get a little bit of mixing going, because sometimes you can't even really hear the intricacies in more of like a subtle composition until you get this down. So here, let's prove this point a little bit more. I'm going to add another compressor. And literally, like if you learn just 2 chords and then just like get it down, wiggle it around with the tools, fix the tempo a little bit, and add just a little bit of compressor, you can make, I've been up for like 18 hours straight at this point, which is nothing for me these days. Just all out of sorts for all kinds of reasons. Probably all out of frame. Checking it. You can do better, is what I'm trying to say, if you're watching, than what this is, as if you're a musician. And if you don't know how to work a compressor, don't worry about it. This is what you do. It's just like, just around here. Don't go lower than here. Don't go higher than here. Somewhere like, I don't know. Sure, it's drums. We're gonna give it up here. Ratio. First one in the chain, nothing. Okay, we're gonna add more later. Once we have more shit and we have to worry about it more. For drums, I'm gonna leave a little bit of attack. Here's what a compressor does. It's kind of like you have a spike, right? You get like a spike in this meter, and you set the threshold to a certain level, and it's like, hey, for every little bit that you go beyond this, I need you to actually turn it down in a ratio proportionate to how high it is from this level. That's what that ratio knob is about, right here. And so it's not like this is basically saying for every decibel you go over, we're going to turn it down 15, so or something crazy like that. We're going to turn 15 to 1 something's. It's actually going to turn it down 15 decibels. I would like literally just cut out all the volume. It doesn't matter, okay? For an early compressor chain, you basically are never going to turn it up more than this, okay? So I don't want it to be turning it down a whole lot at this. It's just to kind of even it out a little bit. This is a drum machine. There's not a whole lot of variation. This is just something we're going to do to kind of make my life easier. So I don't want to change the overall sound very much at all. I just want to make sure it's not drowning anything else out and it's just a little bit better managed. So attack is how long does it take for it to go in. And 22 milliseconds, if you've ever been a gamer, this is less time than the input lag on a TV, I think. I could be wrong. 1 millisecond is like esports gaming monitor. Half millisecond is like you actually kind of feel it. I don't know, it's weird. I don't really play video games. I just work with computers. Don't ask. I do play games. I just don't have time. No shade. Please play games for me. Give me some recommendations for when I finally get a chance. So that's just relative, right? So like 6 milliseconds, this is the input lag of your Bluetooth controller. So the amount of time, the difference between, like beating Idix Gundyr on your first try versus remembering you should probably plug the cable in because you were so close. If you're at about my skill level, okay? Like, that's the difference. It's so little. Because, yeah, like, literally all the way up is 400 milliseconds, which is still not very much. But this is going to be pretty good. I want to leave a little bit of that in because you still get the full volume for just a fraction of a second. And then this is how much longer after that do you want the volume to stay down. Because the way volume works with your ears is not the way it works on the meters. We don't register quick spikes in volume as being as loud as longer durations, even of lower decibels. Psychoacoustics are strange, and I'm not the expert there, but I can tell you that you do sometimes want to have it hanging off the end for a minute. But in this case, not so much. I'm going to go with vintage. I like vintage for drums and the early chain, and then soft for everything else. Hard is going to be if you add another one of these later in the chain, or your different situations. You'll feel it out. But for now, you can follow these general rules of thumb, and it should help. So as I'm watching in here, this is definitely looking a little bit more scrunched, but it doesn't sound any different to me, so that's good. Another thing I'm going to do right now is mute the master, because at this point I don't want to start getting used to how it sounds. For a number of reasons, I'm supposed to be feeling emotional about this and making this into some kind of tortured art, and so I don't want to desensitize myself to that. And the other thing is that for mixing it down later, I want to come in with fresh ears, so I'm going to do as many decisions as possible without listening to it. So the drum bus, I'm going to target my spikes to be around this 9 right here. And then for the guitar, I'm going to because look, I've already got my slider up pretty high, and we need a little bit more volume. I'm not ready to change the sound. And so one of the last things I'll put in an effect chain is going to be Fruity Limiter, pretty classic, and it gives us this handy dandy gain knob that is really delicate, does not change the sound very much. But I don't want this to go, like this hangs out longer than the drums, so I don't want it to go up to that 9. I want this to hover more around the 12, but it's still pretty transient, which was intentional. Remember what I said about volume. This is going to make it sound better with the way loudness algorithms work. It's just kind of, there's a reason that chill, droney vibe kind of took off. There's a cool technological reason. Long story short, the Spotify leveling algorithms and the way it automatically changes the level of the sounds was the antidote to the radio loudness wars of the 2000s, and basically made it possible for a lot of the kinds of music we have now that we didn't back then, especially that softer stuff. So anyway, enough of that history lesson. Yeah, I don't want much more of that, and I'm actually seeing a little bit more spikage than I'm comfortable with. I'm going to actually give this some pretty aggressive treatment right here and dial back on this. Okay, that actually changed it a lot if you can't tell. Yeah, cool. Whatever. Give me a little gain knob, and I think that's about right where I want it. I'm gonna kind of risk it a little bit here. This level, like, don't pay attention to where that is. It's not actually gonna start kicking in with those things. It's a little bit more complicated than that. See, because like it is kind of starting to do something. Like it does, but like it actually it starts affecting you before then. You can't use that as the thing. You can use that in your ears though a little bit. The actual meter and how it changes. And this one I want to be pretty aggressive, but I don't really want it to hang around for too long. Because yeah, you know, that guitar is good, but I need things to be a little bit more consistent. I'm not trying to change how the performance sounds, which you can absolutely do with too much compression. You can just take the life out of a vocal take, for example. Or if it has too much life in it, but it didn't peak, you know? Sometimes you can actually kind of bring out the emotions a little bit more. You know, it's everything is so situational. I think that's why I like live streaming like this, because I have tried shooting stuff like this so many times. I'm like, I don't even know what to keep, what to cut. You just gotta spend time with it. So anyway, yeah, this is like a pretty good place to switch to figuring out, like, okay, we have basically a song vibe. This is a sonic thesis statement. It on its own does not match what I had in my heart, and I know it. Partly because I got heady, but partly because it can't yet. Like, context-wise, this could be a coffee commercial, a car commercial. You know what I mean? And not some of my darkest moments or whatever. So, it just is what it is. I do want to try to add one more sonic thing for that. Sonic the Hedgehog type beat. And that's going to be a pad. It's barely gonna do shit. This is gonna be something you feel. I'm gonna go with what I know. This is an old one. I think it's been around since like I first started with the fruitiest of loops. And then, here we go. So it was a 4-1. Oh, that's loud. keys. Okay, hold up a second. See, we're at the point now where you kind of have to just start getting your flow in. Okay, that's not gonna kill my ears while we write music. All right. So yep, we got the old 4-1. I think it was a 2. Whatever. We'll get it figured out. So here's a shortcut to music, so you can avoid some theory. All those chords were in C major, the key of C major, which is the white keys. So we're going to start off by building a tritone, and in that case we simply have F, because it's our 4, right? So we got like C, D, E, F, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then a first note, skip a note, second note, skip a note, third note. That's called a tritone. And now, don't stop here. We're not going to stop here, though. This is a boring tritone. This is bad tritone, but I want to try to get it all hammered out, okay? So we're going to go C. There's a white key. Skip 1. There's a white key. Skip 1. There you go. There's a tritone. Just kind of want to make sure. Yeah, okay, cool. I want to make sure I was on the right tempo and timing and stuff. So we're going to go C for 2 measures, or F for 2 measures and C for 2 measures. And then I know that this actually repeats, and then we add the, sorry about that, we add those minor 7 or major 7ths. So there's a major 7th is going to be 1 down from the octave, and then you can use command and up arrow to send it up an octave. So there we go. But once again, like, this isn't good. Okay, this isn't gonna sound good. We don't want to leave it like this. Let's pull up Citrus, and I'm gonna go for Galandriel. Yeah, it's well, it's fine. First of all, I don't like the pad sound, but that's okay. We're just here to check this right now. So what you want to do is find that middle one, that third, and you're not from 63rd, you're gonna put that all the way up to 64th. If you don't know what I'm talking about, shame on you. Oops, what have I done? I have clowned myself. I'm from 63rd. Okay. Alright, there we go. Hey, it sounds better. It sounds better. Cool. I'm not gonna stick with that. For this one, Citrus has a lot of settings, and we can get into a deep dive on that, and it would be about as embarrassing as when I tried to show you about the time thing. So instead, I'm just gonna show you that the best thing for pretty much any of these complicated synths is just find something close and then dial it in. So I'm looking for more of a pad vibe, but I kind of know better than to go with these, so we're going to go with an organ vibe. I'm going to go with this one. I like it. And sweet. I am going to need a high pass past this cue of the audio production memes, it makes it sound better. So I'm gonna find, there's a thing I don't like in here. Soft roll. Okay, yeah, wow, that was weird. There were a lot of annoying frequencies in that I could just hear immediately. I think that sounds better versus. It's not apples to apples because you lose some volume, so like. Versus, like, I don't know. Or, you know what I mean? Like, but whatever. It sounds better to me. That's all that matters right now. We're going to need to do more dialing in later, and I can't get too lost in the sauce on that. I'm not going to worry too much about a compressor for this one because it's a pretty static vibe. It doesn't have a whole lot of transients, but I do want to actually bring out more texture. So here's the thing called transient processor. Usually what you would do is, here, this is what it's meant to do, is, let's go back to our drums. We can make it so that, like, each one is shorter, basically. Like, every little spike, every little volume spike is shorter. You know, I'm going to kind of dial back on that a little bit because I don't need to be that aggressive. But in this, we're actually going to go. I just think it gives it more of like a distressed vibe. It's like you know those people that like intentionally mess up like a pair of jeans or something. It's like that. Yeah, fuck it. You know, it sounds better that way. Oh wait, that's not what I wanted. This is a new one. I haven't messed with it yet. I'm not comfortable with it. Like for this, I've already fooled around enough and embarrassed myself. So I'm gonna go ahead and do a little bit of reverb. For reverb, boy, reverb can be complicated. A lot of the times it's best to send it into a separate bus and parallel process it. Parallel processing is when you have like a bus that's just for one thing that is just doing an effects chain at the same time, and then you're blending them together that way. I'll actually show you that on the guitar later, but for now, dry versus wet is like before and after processing. You can think of it that way. So how much of the clean signal do you want? How much of what the reverb is doing do you want? You can kind of mix it in that way, similar to parallel processing. It's pretty close. On reverb, decay is how long it hangs around. So, you know, as you can see, it kind of, the colors get more saturated there, and you can feel that. That's like what it's gonna do. There's the bass. The first thing we want is to make sure it doesn't be don't want it to be too bassy, and then you also don't want it to be too high either. So I like to bring this down to about here, maybe. And this guy, yeah, probably like here. Cool, hell yeah, I like that. I'm also gonna add a little, maybe not with the tempo, a little bit of delay just to kind of help it stand out so it doesn't take away from the initial oomph of each chord change. Kind of creeps in a little bit. I'll lower that decay so we don't get too much buildup. The bass multiplier. We gotta be careful with that. I think it sounds better with a higher crossover. That's just a vibes-based thing right now. I'm not too sure. I don't have good advice for that, to be honest with you. Other than just you gotta feel it out. And then diffusion can be important. I like to have a big old roomy thing. This is goth music, so cathedral organ, you get it. Speed is like to my brain that is just like how far away is the wall it's reflecting off of is kind of how that feels. But I don't really know because that's what this is supposed to be. I'm pretty sure. Whatever. Lovely. So that's gonna feel really loud because it's there all the time, which means that when we're choosing where we want it to sit in our mix, it's not going to be there, it's going to be down here. Alright, cool. Another thing I wanted to do is add more dissonance in it. I'm going to see if I can kind of think of anything that might help. So if you notice, like, or if you remember, it's kind of just like the vanilla chords, and then we added the 7th expansion pack onto the second round. I'm sorry, that was dumb, but that's what I did. One thing we can try is we can try getting a little jazzy and see if that works here. So here's our octave. I'm gonna go ahead and bump it up to the next note in the thing, and this is gonna be an add 9. So what does F major add 9 sound like right here? Ooh, not good. What if we could do it right here? Nope. Ooh, okay. That actually worked. For the C, though, I don't want to add 9. We'll start here with our 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Let's add a 13. Cool. It's going to add a lot of dissonance, but it's not going to be in the major instruments. I'm also going to have it be really low. Cool. If that isn't starting to sound a little bit like metal, then IDK, WCF, LOL. Okay, I already really don't like a lot of what's happening here. So low pass like that. I need to go into our prog organ. When you're going through Citrus, these are the generating signals, I guess, that they have, right? And these are going to be octaves. I'm going to get rid of these. They added some extra dissonance. Basically, it's a frequency ratio multiplier. So if you multiply it by 3, you're probably going to get something dissonant. If it's even, it's probably going to be fine. I'm going to get rid of this really high one and squash this down and make that a 4. Now that we're adding more stuff to it, the spikes are starting to sound a little bit messy. It's pretty aggressive. Probably gonna regret that later. Yep, oh I absolutely am. I can already tell. That was just me getting too used to it. Okay, I'm also realizing that the variation in the guitar strumming doesn't work with the bass. So we can actually make my life a lot easier. Whoops. Like that. Okay, that one got a little bit out of alignment. This does happen when you're messing with waves. It's no big deal. So what I'm going to do is just kind of realign it best I can and use the right click on the cutting tool to snip everything into magnets, magnety chunks here. Snappable magnety chunks. We're going to go ahead and do that, and then I'm going to go ahead and bring that off filter syncopation in like so. We're going to go half beat and oop and it's supposed to be full beat. There we go. Oh, I should say this. Say more. I don't know what else to call it. So there you go. I need to take a little bit of a break. Maybe grab a bite to eat, get my ears a break, and gear up for whatever the hell we do with this next. I'm not actually very happy with it, so yeah, I don't know. Back in there. Oopsie. Hello. Cheers. Sun's out. Let's see. So, obviously this sounds like shit. This take was not good enough. It's not. That's not really the point. I think right now I want to flush the song out, and then I will re-record. That's just it, right? Perfect enemy of the good. We're just gonna wing it right now. So taking a step away for a sec, I've kind of remembered what this song is about. This isn't quite a familiar experience to it, but it's kind of close to something. Kind of close to something anyway. Just all kinds of things to kind of bring out the vibe, whether that's certain kind of makeup, certain clothing, certain ambiance in your house, whether you need your place messy, clean, whatever. It might be different for the song too. Get method with it if you're like that. Okay, yeah. So another reason I like to do it this way is, like, if I'm going to be writing for multiple parts, I can't, like, I would rather have a bassist. If you live in Portland, Oregon, and want to get involved with nonsense like this, hit me up. But yeah. This helps me kind of move little things around. And kind of see, like, how much do I really want things to change. Yeah, I think I just wanted that one right there, because I don't want this to be a complete call and response. I want it to be more of a proper something else, whatever it is. It just needs to be what this is better. This kind of lets you one person band a little more easily this way. And honestly, if you get good enough at FL Studio, you might not even need to re-record. I might not even need to. We'll see. But I like this better. I'm gonna bring in a little bit more off the front of that. Gonna take a little bit off of that. I think I would rather have this one go at the same time as the guitar. I think that sounds better. I would ask you what you think, but I disabled chat, and I don't think anyone's watching right now. Cool. And then just to keep things measured up correctly, we're gonna do that, because it's 2 whole, or a whole note. There you go. All right, nice. So we're gonna do that. I think I like that better. Before I commit, yeah, I like that better. Whoops, did not mean to do that. Channel settings. Okay, cool. And then just because it's annoying me, there's some noise happening here. I might be able to get a little noise gate going on. And the other thing too is like I can kind of dial in some of these settings so that once I just like play the guitar again, it already sounds the way it's supposed to. Helps me get in the mood a little bit better. Anyway, I should probably talk about what I'm doing rather than just zoning out because this is supposed to be live stream. Yeah, all right, I like this. Okay, yeah. I mean, it might seem a little ADHD, but this is kind of how I roll. It's just you kind of keep combing through things. I gotta focus and move on to the next thing. I kind of want to grab the snare a little bit off of this guy too, so I'm going to change this. The nice thing about adding this EQ is you can change what it starts pinging off of. But I recommend really having it only respond to things that are going to interfere with the low end. It's really down here, these lowest frequencies, you have to worry about build-up. But hearing how this sounds, I know I actually kind of want that snare to cut through a little bit too. So we're just going to do that. Go back to the P controller, yeah, a lot more volume. Okay, and get rid of the decay pretty much entirely. Just a little bit. Gonna get some tension. I forget which way it goes sometimes. Yeah, like that. So this way, it has to work a little harder. Cool. Yeah, that's starting to sound a lot better. And we literally just took like the worst take ever and made it kind of. I'm hating this chord progression now. I've heard it so many times. So let's come up with some lyrics, shall we? Make sure this gets picked up by OBS. Looks good. Okay. Cool. Yeah, what is our little song gonna be about? Well, I don't really want to tell you the story, because I can't. I already kind of referenced it in other songs. I kind of want to do that thing that some, like, indie bands do, where they pick some detail and hone in on it. And I kind of want to have fewer words. With more drawn out syllables. So we only need probably 2 or 3 stanzas total. Since I already have music for it, this wouldn't work if we were starting with lyrics. But since I already have it, it's in 4/4, 90 BPM. Thinking each line should have about 6 syllables. I think that'll fit nicely and give me enough to work with, and then it's okay if that's loose, because that'll add more rhythmic interest. So we don't need to be too strict about it. This doesn't have to be Shakespeare. It doesn't even have to be Leonard Cohen. Oh God. Alright, let me think. If you struggle with lyrics, here's an idea that works for me. Think about a song that, like, maybe there's a song you have in your mind that's like an inspiration for you making music right now. Try to think about those song lyrics and just get that flow. Don't copy the words. It's all flow, okay? And then you're going to want to change it up and add your own thing as much as possible, but that'll just happen, okay? So don't fret. That could work. So I'm thinking of a song that's got, each line has 12 syllables, but that flow will translate. And so even though I'm not even thinking about my song anymore, I know that if I get this flow and this pattern in my head, it'll work with what I have in front of me. Even if it's a completely different, right? Even if it ends up being a completely different rhythm, I know I have the ability to fit it in. If that makes sense. And even if I don't end up with the flow that I'm writing down here, it's just to get words on the page. And as long as the math kind of vaguely works, it's fine. You're going to have to come over and edit and go back over things a million times. That's just kind of how it works. And the nice thing about something like song creation, video production, is there are so many individual tasks that once you get burned out with one, just float on. That'd be a good song to choose. Would that one work? That would work. See, like, that's not the song I had in mind, but it could be. It's the same technique, right? Totally different flow, totally different meter. But the math would check out, so I could use it which I think is a song that I can say the lyrics of without getting banned on YouTube, so we'll go with that. Back my car into a cop car the other day. Similar vibe. Don't think about it too much. So that's gonna be the flow. That's obviously not the song I'm working on, but it's fine, right? Just kind of reaffirm that, okay? That as long as it translates later, it's cool. Let's just stick with what we've got in front of us. But yeah, actually that line is kind of similar. So what am I gonna say? That's way too many syllables. You know what, that'll be fine. I'm not gonna. We'll come back to it. The syllables don't matter. I'm just gonna get words on the page. What happened to that? Whoa. You guys saw that, right? What? I guess I got a little too close to something. What the fuck? Okay, I don't trust this anymore after that. Dang, I felt like I had something. That's so weird. Oh, thank God. Okay. All Google? I don't know. I don't trust Notes app right now. We're gonna go back to here. I don't like that. This has got a bad vibe. I don't really want to think about that right now. It's not really. I'm trying to come up with like a way to say doomed. And I kind of had the right, but I don't want to stick with that. Because, oh yeah. I need to make it clear who is. Yeah, no, that's not quite right. What's the vibe? Gosh, there are certain types of stories that you can really only tell in lyrics like this, and even then you need to be careful. Uh, you know that feeling when you have to work with somebody? And like, say they've like already put in their 2 weeks or something, and you know that time is up? It's that vibe, but 1,000 times worse. Because it's like if that guy was gunning for your job and your life and your. Yeah, okay, I need to find a way to... I want this to rhyme. I'm getting caught up in the thoughts and the memories. And I want to make sure to keep this general. Oh, God. Close enough. Sentenced man living, treasonous living. I don't care. That's... Whatever, I'll come back to it. I only have one more stanza. And I gotta finish the story. It was just poetic. Don't get into it. There you go. No trees for leaves, but we have those cali weeds growing 6 feet high over casings from a 45. Bloody knuckles, twisted ankle, screams and chlorine, jacuzzi, honey, molly water, disco fever dreams. We crawled through a bottom floor window as told. Nobody saw us except for lingering dead souls. A flash of light dances across a sentenced man, a fool doomed to pay for treasonous living. I gotta change that. Sentenced man. Improper fun plan. For a fool doomed to pay. How can I say this? I'm gonna say death. I walked out alone in cold, rapid-fire cigarettes, the end of a man still hot on my breath, an apartment building already reeking of death, fresh bullet holes, radar towers, bleeding tongues. I'm just gonna say that. No trees for leagues, but we have those cali weeds growing 6 feet high over casings from a 45. Bloody knuckles, twisted ankles, screams and chlorine. Jacuzzi, honey, molly water, disco fever dreams. We crawled in through a bottom floor window as told. Nobody saw us except for lingering dead souls. A flash of light dances across a sentenced man, a fool doomed to pay for deathly disrespecting. I walked out alone in cold, rapid-fire cigarettes, the end of a man still hot on my breath. An apartment building already reeking of death. Fresh bullet holes, radar towers, bleeding tongues. It's a metaphor. It's a sex joke. Yeah, I think this could work. The other thing I can do, I almost forgot to mention this earlier, drum machines and live stuff do not like to party well. This knob here is called the swing knob. It'll add a little bit of variation in that kind of way. It will add swing, especially if you crank it all the way up. If you crank it a little bit, it'll kind of just, hopefully, I think that all fits a lot nicer. Because, like, I'm trying to figure out what is the impulse to re-record and what is, like, oh, hey, I just actually have a little bit of work to do. Because you can drive yourself crazy trying to re-record over and over and over again, not realizing that, like, the way it prints the wave is a little bit out of sync with the tempo. Or, It's just a matter of adding some compression. And some of those embarrassing mistakes literally disappear because other people don't hear them in the first place anyway. If you want to be your own producer, you'll save a buck. You have to know yourself, which means you have to know where you're going to overdo it. And right now, I'm overdoing it by doing this at all. So, I'm going to be honest with you, I have this just insatiable urge to modulate to another key, but I said in the beginning, 2 chords, and I mean it, we're going to do that. So, what I think I need to do, this is a vibe, and it's dialed in to the point where I don't actually know if I need to re-record this, but I know this isn't enough for that. We have a minute and a half worth of music here. I am shooting for at least a 2.5 minute song. I think those are usually kind of like a good amount for these days. Like, I don't know about you, but I don't have much attention span. I still listen to like 20-minute metal songs though. Like, I don't know. I'm just not feeling that for this. Sometimes short just gets it across better. So anyway, what we're gonna need to do now is, oopsie, not that. Yeah, the Command B trick doesn't work if you have the selector up here, just down here, and then, oh, whoopsie doodle. No, at this point they're all out of sync enough that I just have to do it individually, like that. That's okay. No biggie. That should be enough music. What should we have on the end here? Okay, yeah. That's enough music. It should be to get through singing the whole song. So what I want to do now is try to sing it, but obviously, like, I don't really know what I'm singing just yet, so forgive me for not piping this through. I'm gonna try to get it so that you can hear it a little bit, but yeah, I'm just gonna jam over this a little bit and see if I can kind of come up with some kind of vocal melody. And I am going to, in this case, double check my snappies. Wait, where's the... There, oh my gosh. I go to bar, and then I just want to make sure we... Okay, so it's F and... So we are in the key of C major. If you like your pentatonics, you can play A minor pentatonic over this, just starting with that C, and there you go, you got it. Oh, hold on, we're on F right now. It's almost tempting to try to add another guitar track, but I do want it to just be me and maybe one other person in this band, so... Something along these lines. I don't know. And this is the scale I'm playing. Oh yeah, let's go up here. Look at here. Ooh, that's nice. I don't know. Am I in frame? Oh. I don't know. In case you're curious, I'm playing A minor pentatonic in whatever position this is. I'll figure out what I was doing. Okay. Well, at least I'm in the right key. So let's see. Let me pull this up. Oop, I gotta move my laptop. Maybe you can see the fretboard a little better. Whatever. With my swivel chair. That way you might not be able to hear my voice. Whatever. It is what it is. Let's do this. No trees for me. Got those Cali wings. No, I gotta be careful about that. Yeah, let's. There's no trees for leaves. Got those Cali weeds. Growing 6 feet high over casings from 45. Okay, I'm getting distracted again. Oh, I do not want to be doing this. Maybe a nightmare spoke up there. There you have something. Just bring up old shit and wreck your fucking shit for a few years. Hopefully it's not a few years. It feels like it's been. This isn't as bad as last time. In every possible way, I mean that. From a 45. I mean, we can kind of make this whatever we want. It's just art, right? This is something that works better with 45. With feet. Leads, feet. I don't know. I think that works. Creeping, because it's like reads creeping. I don't know. Main frame. I can't even tell if I'm in frame or when I am right now. Okay, yeah, I'm good. Just gotta check every now and then. Bloody knuckles, twisted ankles. Yeah, I think that's fine. Oof. It's great. It was kind of have a little bit of wear on my earsies for a little bit. Oh. Alright. Well, fuck it. I'm just gonna try it, okay? Please don't judge me. Too bad for my singing right now. Also, gotta make sure I get a good, healthy signal. And hope that I don't fuck it up too bad. Test, test. Test. Oh, yeah, there you go. Alright. I'm gonna do a loop record. If you hit this button right here, we can do as many takes as we want without stopping, hopefully. So here we go, live streaming me singing some crazy song about art that is just art. Don't think about it. I don't. Kind of let go a little bit. Shit, hold on a second. I already lost it. That's probably. I feel like I had something okay, yeah. I'm so tired of this chord progression, oh my god. No trees for leaves, but we got those Cali weeds growing 6 feet high, creeping casings from a 45. Bloody knuckles, twisted ankle, screams and chlorine. Jacuzzi, honey, molly water, disco, fever dreams. We crawled in through a bottom floor window. I was told nobody saw us except for lingering dead souls. A flash of light dances across a sentenced man. A fool doomed to pay for deathly disrespect, and I walked out alone and cold, rapid fire cigarettes, the end of a man still hot on my breath, an apartment building exactly reeking of death. Fresh bullet holes, radar towers, bleeding tongues. Okay, definitely, need to do another take. Probably. I never spice too much. I don't like it. Okay, one more take, I guess. Why not, right? No trees for leaves, but we got those Cali weeds growing 6 feet high, creeping casings from a 45. Bloody knuckles, twisted ankle, screams in glory. Jacuzzi, honey, molly, water, disco, fever dreams. We crawled in through a bottom floor window. I was told nobody saw us except for lingering dead souls. Flash of light dances across a sentence. Man pulled to pay deadly disrespected. I walked out rapid fire cigarettes, the hint of a man still hot on my breath. Apartment building already reeking of death. Fresh bullet holes, radar towers, bleeding tongues. Yeah, we got some major clipping on that first one. I think I liked that take better. It felt more honest. It's kind of a shame, but it is what it is. Got some of that vocal back for talking, and yeah, cool. Kind of rearrange that. There we are. Nope, not that one. This guy? No. No. Nope. There's like a hotkey for it, but I forget. We're gonna do that, and then we're gonna go back here and okay, I guess these are routed to track 9. What is 9? 9 is a guitar. Cool. We don't want that actually. We're gonna go right here, and this is gonna be box. Alright. I am going to take another little break. Thanks for watching, if anyone has been, and yeah, don't think about these lyrics. These get to go goodbye now. Rewind it if you care, and don't think about it. That's just art, okay? It's just like nightmares, and it's just Lord of the Rings shit, okay? guess I'd like to take this opportunity to address just I don't know. Look, if you're watching, thank you. And I just want to say that. If you feel like commenting or messaging, go for it. And if you feel any trepidation around certain normal conventions around language, let's just say that because of gestures broadly, don't worry about it. Use whatever you want. I do not care. I'm not trying to be prescriptivist or say that that's how you should be towards others. This is how I am. I don't care. And like, I've got a job that I really like. You know, I'm a laptop technician right now. It's a weird field, and I kind of feel like the exact sector of it that I like the most is it's going the way of the dodos one way or another. Unless some big changes happen in our society, I think. And that could be 10 years out. That could be 5 years out. And there's like tons of other stuff I could do with my skill set. I'm not stressing. But whether it's something tech related or, you know, God forbid some of this music stuff actually takes off, and if I have to travel the country, I'm in a unique position where I don't care. Like, the legislation that's coming out is not going to intimidate me. I'm not going to say that I don't care that it's happening. Obviously, it affects other people, and I care about other people. Right? But I just want y'all to know, if you're watching, that I keep that where I do, and I'd rather show not tell. And I have the just unique advantage at this point of not getting wigged out when people use the wrong whatever. So call me whatever. I go by Cole. People don't ever have a problem with that these days. It's kind of a new one. I used to go by Ash. Nobody really had a problem with that neither. I like the kind of more neutral, but actually, look, it's a long story, okay? I just don't like the name my parents gave me. It's not even gender at that point. I don't want to get into it. And like Ash is a little too close to what they used to call me. All right. So you can call me something a little bit more boy-like if you want. You can call me Cole. I'm cool with it. That's actually my preference. There's no other name that I respond to in my dreams anymore, for whatever that's worth. And yeah, any whatever pronouns are an inconvenience, dude. All right. And we live in a society where we're expected to like hyper specify in our trade, in our craft. Am I gonna expect you to have read Judith Butler? No. I just want to get that out of the way. Should you? Look, if you can sit through it, could you just like make a summary for me? Because I'm here I have to live like this just to survive, okay? Could you just tell me? Because I don't care. Anyway, now that that's out of the way, I just want this to be a safe space for everybody, okay? So like, just be nice to other commenters. But if you have to be mean, and you might, I will not judge you for that. If you have good reasons to be mean, just remember good comment etiquette. Okay, if you really need to make a point, can it be funny? Can you just watch internet comment etiquette first and try to be like Eric? Because like that's how I text people normally, and I'm trying to learn how to turn it off. Oh yeah, so you won't offend me. You can write whatever you want about me in the comments. Just like, please be nice to other commenters. That's all I ask. And anybody else I shout out on the internet, be nice to them. Even if they're your political enemy, that's not what we're about anymore, okay? I might have a hell of a left tube Jordan Peterson video someday. It will make everybody mad, but maybe not Jordan Peterson, weirdly enough, if I'm right. I gotta do some research though. Anyway, back to the song that I do not want to think about. So it turns out this is exactly the right amount of music backing for the vocals that we have, and I think these lyrics do carry it enough that like it doesn't matter that the rest of it's kind of boring. I do need to re-record that guitar part because it sucks. It sucks. It sucks. Like it sucks. I like it, but it's too off tempo. So here's what I'm gonna do though. Get that back in there. And then I'm just gonna pretend the guitar doesn't suck for a second. And I'm also going to mute the output, and we're gonna do some checking if I'm in the frame. We're gonna do some of this. Check out this little equalizer, and I'm gonna do the high pass on everything meme. It's a meme. And then, okay, cool, I don't have to worry. It is not actively going. This should not be muted any longer. I'm gonna go ahead, pull this up. F9 is a shortcut for that. For some reason, we aren't getting any signal in here. I'm gonna go ahead and try boosting it. Still getting nothing. Oh, okay. These ones are supposed to be guitar, actually. Oopsies. And these ones are supposed to be my vocals, so I'm going to do a little Command L, get them all routed there. Cool, now we've got them in. Perfect, we can see some of that. Already, check out our harmonic resonance. This tells me that whether or not I was off, I don't know, but I was singing notes, is what that looks like to me, just at a glance. I want to keep some of this. I'm not too worried about low end buildup. And I do kind of want to keep a little bit of that huskiness in the voice. I don't know how the performance turned out. I might have to re-record. This is literally just a vibe check demo. Right, we're writing a song. Like, this is my process for writing. If you've seen the video I made before, there was kind of like a cut to one where there was waves. Yeah, that was post re-recording parts and cleaning it up a lot. And this is the nitty gritty. I want to just see though, this is a nice short song. Can we get like anything in this live stream that sounds like a song? It already kind of does, so I feel confident. I'm gonna go ahead and put the old whatchamacallit, limiter. Good lord. Oh, I had my cursor on it. I do love when that happens. I'm just gonna stage that in here, and I'm gonna set the ceiling down pretty low. And when you have a ceiling on a limiter, this is a compressor. Imagine a compressor with the ratio cranked all the way. That's basically what we're doing. But don't put too much credit in it. Okay, like, it's not gonna, you're gonna get like fractions of a dB over that. Trust me, this is gonna be important later. But for now, I want that. early compressor. I'm going to dial that in to actually pretty aggressive. I'm going to give that one probably like here. We're going to go like 1.8 on our ratio. I have a hell of a lot of gain in that. That's fine. I'm going to give me a lot of attack because I want those fricatives and transients and other such technical terms. Oh, sorry. Every time I go to lean into the microphone, I go off frame. So let me adjust that. Okay. And I'm still going to make it a soft one. And I'm going to actually not have the release on it for too long at this stage. I'm going to go back over here. Attack. I'm going to add this probably fairly aggressively at this point, maybe even just because I went with one of those more soft, hopefully didn't wake up the neighbors, turned my microphone all the way up kinds of vocal takes that hopefully didn't pick up too much mic rumble from holding it like I did. Yeah, I'm already anticipating having to re-record, but whatever. At this point, I do want still just the tiniest bit of attack, but look at right here. It doesn't tell you anywhere other than in this little corner. I'm gonna look at it's so minute. This gives you a lot of play compared to that other compressor we were looking at earlier. I just want it to be. Yeah, we're gonna go. We're going esports gaming monitor setting. That's half a millisecond. That's like actually probably above standard. They're probably at like 1 millisecond, like I was talking about earlier. But I don't know. Someone, please, if you happen to watch this at some point and you know the answer, drop that in the comments. Be mean too, like make it funny. Can't believe you didn't know that. Shh, did you ever play Fortnite? Top in your leaderboards, champ. You don't even know. All right. Because this is a limiter in a mixing scenario and we're not doing any mastering, I am going to bring in a little bit of attack here. I'm going to back off on the attack curve as well because we are not approaching anything basically worth concern. So right now what I'm going for is hovering probably around here and then pushing up like almost exactly where we're at. Some of the best advice I ever got, I think, not that my stuff is as good as a pro, but it's some of the best like mixing, mastering advice I think I ever got. Was a shout out to Carnifax. I don't know how comfortable y'all are with me shouting this out, but if you happen to catch this stream at some point, like, told me people care about the vocals. That needs to be the number one thing. To the point where I started realizing that any amount of getting used to my own mix had me deprioritizing it. I could try to like look in the meters and do whatever I would do, but at that point we're talking about such minute differences and then stereo, like all this kind of stuff. Go louder on the voice than you think. I actually went really loud with the outro track on my recent Falsifera EP. In a way that I've never done before because I was like, I actually kind of want this to be like spoken word poetry and the rest to be kind of like background. And so I went with more of like a radio background mix on that. I feel weird about it because I feel like there was some risky compositional choices in there that could have been really cool. But I also feel like they worked better because they were not present. So again, that was just breaking every last piece of rule of music and deciding to just treat it like radio instead for a sec. and it's still, I feel like you still get enough of the background. Like I still can't tell how much I am over fixating on the vocals and how it sits, because these things can be that close. So all of that is to say, because of that dynamic, most of the time in the like sound staging, like early mixing phase, like I'm trying to have everything hover around the 12, going lower or higher depending on how transient it is or how static. To the point where this pad filling out all of this harmonic range is hovering way down here. It is not even coming close to that, and it was still overpowering the mix in my opinion, and that's normal. The bass needs more oomph, actually kind of a lot. So the fact that I was deprioritizing that to that degree in the mix means likely it needs a re-record, and I was feeling embarrassed about that. So it's good to look at these kinds of things and think back, like, why would I have done that? If I'm looking at these meters and I know myself and I know psychoacoustics, I can take a step back and be like, okay, why did I do that? Right? So this looks healthy. This looks good. I'm going to take a couple other little peeks at things in here. This is the closed hat. I am going to back off on it. I'm going to have that one go right about here. And then I'm actually going to go ahead and add transient processor. I'm not even going to bother with the EQ at this point. And I'm going to just scoop this a little bit. So check this out. It's kind of adjusting the waveform about that much and getting it to just kind of spike a little bit more. Add just a tiny bit of gain. And so what we have now is the same point it was hitting before I started manipulating it, but we have made it sharper. It's more stochastic. It is punctual. It'll give me more of a clicky vibe, and I think with the way it was kind of edging towards a trap beat, that will help recreate that that genre effect, because that's how the drums are typically mixed in that kind of hip hop. And if I'm going to be messing with the drum machine, it's like, look, all electronic music pretty much is built on like experimentation from weirdos, and then it just getting made into real art. In I mean, largely like what, like I feel like so much production happened in hip hop, right? That's just me. Especially when we're talking about the drum machines, we're talking about everything else, and so credit where it's due. I've just got to call it out. I'm not going to try to appropriate it, because that sucks. Y'all already got to assimilate too much stuff. But at the same time, like, you literally cannot be using FL Studio, like I've said in other videos, without literally, like, breakbeat, amen breaks being part of the default, right? So I just want to be intentional about it and be like, hey, this is what it is, and this is why I'm going to make specific changes to deviate away from that, right? Like, you can look at my lyrics that I come up with here. Like, that is some, like, if I tried to rap that, like, it would just be that video rapping for Jesus from forever ago, and it would be horrific. And it's already too close to that for me. But I also am literally just reliving my nightmares. So it's art. This is just art. But sometimes you have to be authentic. So please, I'm open to feedback here, and also, you have my permission to cover, reuse, do whatever you want with my music. Okay? Whoever you are, just you don't need to ask. Just go for it. Because sometimes asking feels weird and is sketchy, and I get it. So, hopefully, it's just like, guys, I have a job. I have to do this in order to hopefully maybe sleep through the night someday. I'm know y'all know what that's like, because after it gets bad enough, there's really only one kind of music I can go to where people are saying, this is what that's like, and this is how you deal with it. That's like contemporary and in English. So, and American, the cultural background that I understand. Like, I don't, it, you know what I mean? Like, it's there, it's in country music, it's there, it's in all kinds of other music. But like, just, maybe, I don't know, call it a value thing. Call like a certain kind of just being chill while also being kind of not chill at the same time about certain things that just, oh god, it's the kind of shit like I genuinely listen to when I need fucking life advice. Right. Gotta deal with these lyrics. I don't want to. I'm so embarrassed, you guys. You can throw the worst insults you want at me for this. I genuinely encourage it. I'm gonna parallel process. I talked about that before, and I'm not ready to listen to what this turned out to be yet. So we're gonna memes it up. We're gonna go high pass. So reasons for parallel processing as opposed to just doing the like wet versus dry knob, or you could also do one of these. It's kind of supposed to be the same thing. Is in this case you are sacrificing some CPU in order to gain a lot of specificity on what is effectively that little slider. So in this case, I'm gonna just cut out pretty much everything from there, and then I'm also going to cut out pretty much all that. I'm gonna bring that back in. That was aggressive. Cool. And then we need a little bit of reverb, or reverb eventually. Delay first. I'm gonna go get my time down here. We're gonna ping pong it. I'm gonna go cut off down here. Volume way the fuck up here. Dry. No, not that dry. We want this to be fucking bonkers. Because this is our parallel processor chain. We don't need to worry about it. It's gonna sit in the background. The clean chain is still gonna be there. So we're gonna add that. We're gonna add a little bit of this to space it out a little bit. Get that real big. Get a lot of decay going on. Gonna get that fucking base multiplier. Let's make it a pretty color, because at this point we've already kind of gotten rid of most of the things that's gonna suck. We're gonna separate that shit out really wide. And then this one we're gonna come back over here and 100% merge. So now let me start the song over. We've got some vocal process happening here, and it's being output here. And this is literally just the reverb effect and nothing else. Plus some delay. And it's pretty cool. And now we've got that. So this guy's good. That means we do need to back off on this quite a lot, because that noise is coming in there. And once again, if you're like just tuning in, this is muted on purpose. I am doing this deaf so I don't get used to my mix. We will bring it all back in and unmute it in a second. Cool. I think that's pretty cool. All right, now here's another thing we can do. So this is just the reverb effect, right? Nothing else. Plus some delay. The delay is like echo, 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 echo. So it's kind of like echo in a room with no carpet. That's really big. I've got pretty much, I'm going to select the whole song right here. So back into the playlist, select the whole song. I'm going to select this guy right here. Really quickly, going to rename it to Vox PP for parallel processing. And then we're going to go here. And this is going to say, where I'm going to render selected track to wave, song selection. I'm going to change the bit depth pretty high because I have the storage space at the moment, and ooh, hey, that's how many bars. Nice. Can't plan that. Well, I guess you can, but I didn't. Alright, cool. So now we have this. It's printed. Why did we do that when we're barely using any of these things, anything? Excellent question. I'm so glad you're rhetorical. Channel settings, reverse. But first, you know what? Yeah, nah. Let's try that. So you can kind of get this thing where it's like almost like a riser leading up to a vocal thing, where it's like, you know, like. And if you want to do that, what you actually have to do is go in here and splice this out based on each word, and drag and drop it, and go in there. And I kind of recommend, if you're going to do something along those lines, to do it very intentionally and over very specific spots. That's not exactly what we're going to do. This is instead going to be, hopefully, kind of a weird, messed up pad. I have to get it like that. 2, 3, 4. Yeah, okay, that's actually pretty much going to be fine, I think. And if I move that there, I'm trying to make it line up so that the parts where I'm singing over F are in F and C are in C, hopefully. Because this is a 2-chord progression, I'm thinking I might be able to use this as a free instrument. So, boop. Free instrument? I don't know, maybe. Let's see. We're gonna definitely want to throw some EQ and EQ up the memes. High pass filter. Because this is background goop, okay? That is the first thing that is gonna muddy up your everything, is background goop. But it's cool, and it adds a lot of texture. And I might actually just, hold up a second. I'm gonna option or alt to move it around. Whoops. It's different in different ones. Like, which is the selectee one? There. Okay, it is command. Remember, it's like, it's shift here, but it's command here for selecting multiple, and it gets really confusing. Anyway, I digress. We are going to get both of these to go here. So both of these guys are now here and not out to our master, but that's out to our master because this is a pad bus. Also, why are you so ugly? Much better. Sorry, we have to make it pretty for a sec. Just for a sec. Just indulge me. Yes, I'm being avoidant of the scary vocal lyrics. Don't think about it. It's not real. It literally is not. I made it up. It's Minecraft. Lord of the Rings nonsense. Anyway. Cool. Let's see. Let's see what it sounds like. What does this sound like? What is this crazy shit that we made? It's from a 45. Oh, that's too loud. It's from a 45. Bloody knuckles, twisted ankle, scream. song. It's not a good song, but you know, it's like how long have I been streaming? No trees for leaves, but we got those Cali weeds growing 6 feet high. Cool. So as you can definitely hear, I did not quite nail the singing. Did not quite get it that on key, but I can't really tell. I'm kind of on the side. I'm really live streaming the most embarrassing song I can give it. No trees for leaves, but we got those Cali weeds growing 6 feet high, creeping casings from a 45. Bloody knuckles, twisted ankles, screams in chlorine, jacuzzi, honey, molly, water, disco, fever dreams. Yeah, I just sort of follow the life out of the city with just like this. Crawling through a bottom floor window. I was told nobody saw us except for okay, that's great. Love this little take for me. But yeah, we're gonna try out this other one. I didn't. Yeah. Not a fan. It sounds kind of like a dying cat. I can do better. No trees for leaves, but we got those. Breathy. We're just gonna. No trees for leaves, but we got those Cali weeds growing 6 feet high, creeping casings from a 45. Bloody knuckles, twisted ankles, scream. I'm not really Eilish, okay? I never played. It's so chlorine. Like this last time. Clean singing like this is so good. Cozy honey, molly, water, disco. So what if I wanted to, you know, I'm not going to. Trees for leaves. There was actually a thread that Cali weeds growing 6 feet high, creeping casings from a 45. That's pretty much like how you bloody knuckles, twisted ankles. Jacuzzi, honey, molly, water, disco, fever dreams. We crawled in through a bottom floor window. Eyes told nobody saw us except for lingering dead souls. Flash of light dances across a sentenced man. Fool due to pay for deathly disrespecting. Our trees for leaves, but we got those Cali weeds growing 6 feet high, creeping casings from a 45. shuffle. The amount of off that I was for this part right here is literally making my hair stand on end. It's so bloody. It's from a 45. Bloody knuckles, twisted ankle, screams. This take was better. Chlorine, jacuzzi, honey, molly water, disco fever dream. Yeah, for that part. Okay. We're crawling through a bottom floor window. I was told nobody saw us except for lingering. Okay, so that part is where I think we need. So here's what I'm gonna do. Don't like it there, right? Yeah. Okay. That part's not good. And that part is where we're gonna get it. So we're gonna cut that there and that there. Cool. I think I feel good about that. That might seem weird. I'm not sure. I know that's gonna be weird. I might have to redo a take. It's totally cool. Happens. Crawling through a bottom floor window, eyes torn. Nobody saw us except for lingering dead souls. Flash of light dances across a sentenced man. Fooled you to pay for deathly disrespecting. I walked out alone and cold, rapid fire cigarettes. The end of a man still hot on my breath. An apartment building exactly reeking of death. Fresh bullet holes, radar towers, bleeding tongues. You know what? Okay, definitely. Cool. So yeah, that's basically most of the song. It's pretty much the length I was going for. There's really no we here. You're just rhetorical. Sick. All right. What is that? Did I double up on guitar? Because of if you try muting things around in different places, you might lose track. It gets frustrating. It's all about having good discipline and workflow, which, I'm like nervous, live streaming, sleepy. I don't have any of that. You will do better than me, don't worry. Like, think of me more as just like a point to a way you could do stuff rather than a definitive source, okay? Just like trying to blow your mind here. Like, you can literally not know shit about electronic music and kind of just cobble it together. Watching the mix a lot, other great channels. That's like one of the more popular ones and has a lot of good. It's just that's the one that I probably started with, but there's like a million. I should just put a bunch of them. I should make a playlist. That's what I'll do. Like an audio production guide playlist for all you serious students out there who will probably actually get careers doing this. All right. I kind of like the idea of not having it linger at all. It's just gonna hard cut off at the end of this. So what I might do. Hold on a second. I kind of lost my point of reference for a sec. Before it was here. The end. Okay, it needs to be. Oops. Oh, goodness. We'll just go there. That should be about right. So this gives me something to work with here. I don't wanna fuss around with too much of an intro. So what I'm gonna do is this. I'm gonna try cutting it here so that it starts off on that that C chord. I want a little bit of lead in with drums, but not a whole lot. And I don't want it to be too samey. Oh, we've already got that. Sick. That's perfect. What I might do is just be a little bit of a trickster. How's that? Versus. Oh no, I like the other way better. With the scissors rather than make a new pattern. This is just such a one-off. There you go. Like I'm never gonna use that, so let's do that way. Trees for leaves, but we got those Cali weeds. Okay, no compressor in the world is gonna bring that up without ruining everything else, so making cuts and bringing that in. It's for leaves, but we got those Cali weeds growing 6 feet. Cali weeds, Cali weeds. So 2 things I noticed when I said the word Cali there. Cali weeds. First of all, we have more harmonics problems. Cali weeds, Cali weeds, Cali weeds. Alright, so we got one. Cali weeds, Cali weeds, Cali weeds, growing 6 feet high, creeping casings from a 45. I'll have to come back to that with fresh ears though, because that takes so much. Look at how much information is being taken out. I'm just gonna back off on that to be safe. Cali weeds growing 6 feet high, creeping casings from a 45. Generally wanna bloody knuckles, twisted ankle, screams in chlorine, jacuzzi, honey, molly water, disco fever dreams. This is probably drowning me out while I talk. Yeah, there we go. Okay, hold on. Sorry about that, y'all. Okay. Yeah. So I kind of think I like it. I don't know. Look, I gotta wrap this up. So we're gonna go ahead and save as Tuesday morning wrap up. It's just a new version, and then I am going to. No, that's not the export. Okay, I thought it could be cool with the hotkey for a sec, but I'm gonna export Tuesday morning wrap up as a Microsoft.wave file. We're gonna go 32-bit, not with the dithering, not splitting my mixer tracks. Please do show the files when you're completed. I might have jumped the gun on this. We'll see. I'm gonna do one quick check before I waste the time to make a new project. 6 feet high, creeping, casing. Yeah, okay. 6 feet. This is lazy. High. We're not gonna do that. Okay. So what I neglected to do was make sure that I left enough headroom. So what we're gonna want to do now is select. Excuse me. Channels routed to this. Tracks. Hold on. Select tracks routed to this one, and that's gonna literally everything, all the buses and everything else, but not these individuals, right, that aren't connected to those mixed buses, gets automatically queued up in our little guy. Sorry, I was checking where I am. I have to check where I am in the frame sometimes. And so that way we're getting less fed into our master. 6 feet. And now we have plenty of headroom. Cool. Now we can export again. Oh, first of all, we can save it. And now we can export it. A little Command S action. A little. Oh, it's R for render. That makes sense. Yeah, let's replace it. That one's gonna be all bad and not fun. So clipped out. Like your memory of these lyrics. And my singing. This is for your education only. New basic. See? There you go. All there is to it. And then I think it opened up my Tuesday morning wrap-up.wav. Look at that. It did. What was that? What did I just do? If you ever do a thing and you're like, what tool did I have? What did I click? What did I do? Like, this is my favorite place ever, is the history section. Just like, I mean, that actually just applies to my life. I'm a history dork, you guys. So, for the historical record, that's why I'm actually doing this. I don't care if you watch or if Google AI just scrapes it and finds the best kernels of information and best jokes and passes them off. Like, that's not prescriptive. That is an attitude most people cannot have. It is only because I like my day job enough that this is something I am doing, because I'm literally trying to learn how to relax and I don't know how. So give me a good relaxing idea in the comments if you like this. And cool. Otherwise, we have our 32-bit exported WAV here. This is not a mastering tutorial. Mastering, as any Rick Beato on the internet will tell you, is a skill that takes much time and presumably a college of some kind in order to say you do, I guess. So because of that, this is not exactly a mastering tutorial, but it is a, like, hey, you should export it in 32-bit, load it into one more track, okay, and then you should load it into here, okay, and then you should get this, and then you should load specifically this preset, and then you should do whatever that is to this guy, and then you should do that, and then that. And here's what we've done. So this is a stereo shaper guy. Don't touch it. Just go to the thing, mid splitter. We could also do side. We could do this one. I think that. I don't know. I don't want. I just do this one, okay? And then when we go in here and we do this, we're gonna do this def again, because ears are, you only get one chance to listen to it fresh. Wait, see, look, hey, look, we have signal, but hey, it doesn't say we have signal. But wait a second, what if we monitor the input to side? What's that about? I don't know. Real quick though, let's label side, and also pick a cuter color, I swear, and mid. So this is working the stereos in your cans, all right? Oh god, I'm getting delirious. How wide of the mix it is. So I didn't do very much stereo shaping at all. It's a really simple mix. There's not a lot to this. I think trying to do too much would be like have you ever tried to listen to that Beatles like quadraphonic type shit? Yeah, I don't get it either, right? But you do need to pay attention to it a little bit, because it can make things not stand out in the right way. Long story short, if things start to sound like they're stacking on top of each other and you can't quite EQ it out, you could try panning a little bit, but don't do that until you get comfortable with other stuff. You could probably change other things around too. I might make more of these videos. I might not. I don't know. I think this is more fun than trying to stream Sekiro, and this is the longest stream I have managed to hold my own attention for so far. So, yeah, song in a few hours challenge, I guess. This is faster than I've been cranking them out, but it's also extremely short. Only 2 chords. No fancy business at all. So let's do this. I'm going to demonstrate to you what I'm talking about as far as stereo width. If you got some headphones on. If you're playing this over a phone speaker, don't worry. No judgment. This does still affect how it sounds there too. It's just not going to be too obvious to you. So if you got the headphones on, check this out. 6 feet high, creeping casings from a 45. It's all how wide it is, right? So that effect that I made, that free instrument, I widened that all the way out so that like you basically don't get it in the mid channel at all. You just get it in the sides. And there's some complicated science here that involves going to the presets and clicking that. That's all I know. Here's what else to do, okay? And I'm going to be. I'm scared to make this recommendation. Like, I kind of don't think maybe you shouldn't. Maybe you shouldn't touch this. But let's do it anyway. So mid, right? This is our mid channel. I'm going to go ahead and grab this little guy. We're going to go ahead and I'm going to move it right here to low mid, and I'm going to bump it up. And right over here is where you're going to be looking for. That's telling you specifically where you erase it. This is an EQ on a master track, okay? We're not mastering. We are fucking up a master track. Hopefully slightly better than it was before that, because it was amateur shit made in a bedroom, okay? Like, I'm just being real about what I'm doing and what you can expect, honestly, for your first, like, forever. Because I never got past this. I got a real job at some point and still do this. Just like everybody who burns out and tries to make tutorials on YouTube, right? So here we go. No more than like 0.3, okay? But what I'm going to do is boost up these low mids and the mid in the mid channel, and on the side I'm going to take this guy. I'm going to go down here to about high mid, and I'm going to bump that up about 4. And then I'm going to go back. What's emphasizer? Oh, no, thank you. I don't know what that is. That's a new thing. I'm going to go back here to fruity limiter, and this is going to go down to, I actually straight up just cap it a whole dB below, because I don't want to clip when I'm sending it to anywhere. You can push the loudness and get a way louder mix, but that would involve using anything that doesn't come in FL Studio already, and I'm too lazy. So there you go. Do that, and that, and we're gonna just kind of see how close we get to that. Not even remotely. This is good. I'm also not pushing that loudness too much. I don't care. Cool. I just want to make sure it doesn't, you know what I mean? Because it's a bad look. I might straight up say no thank you. Okay, so one thing I'm noticing is that whatever we have done here may have actually messed up. Oh wait, actually, I only need to deal with this one. This little light bulb here turns on and off all of the effects. So whatever I've done here might have messed it up such that I don't have the vocals standing out anymore. No? I might need to go back to the mix. 6 feet high, creeping casings for 45. No, here we go. I'm just gonna close up the mix a little bit, make it a little bit less wide. Bloody knuckles, twisted ankle, scream. Oh, did I get it backwards? Wait, hold on. No, I didn't. Okay. Jacuzzi, honey, molly, water, disco, fever dreams. You can, obviously I wouldn't leave it this high, but I'm just trying to see what change happens. Just tells me the mid or the side channels don't actually have a whole lot. So that means we can get away with actually probably pumping up by 0.8 dB. Alright, I don't want to ruin my things here. We've picked up too many mids in here, and it is muddying the shit out of everything. So we're actually I'm going to boost the sub bass by 1.3, because this is not a very bassy mix. And I'm going to do a desperate Hail Mary to make it so I don't have to go back into the mix. Never do this if you're a professional. Good thing we're not. This is a tool called Maximus. Go through, compressor off on everything. This is, I'm going to just kind of use this to scope. That's actually really healthy. Look at that. I like it. Okay. We can also do a little bit of stereo shaping this way, just to kind of help us out a little bit. This is kind of doing a similar thing, but it's essentially going to make it so that you can add compression and narrowing to an entire bandwidth on any track, right? So you could use that earlier in the process in conjunction. Whipping it out on your master is something that pros will do. If you're an amateur like me and you're doing this, it means you fucked up your mix. I just want you to know that I know that this means somewhere we went really awry. Okay, since we're clear on that. I'm going to add some compression on the mids, which is also bad look for this stage. I'm going to scoop the mids slightly. One of these lights is on timer. Scoop the mids slightly. I'm going to add just a touch back in post. And then I think what I want to do is that, and it's just the slightest little bits of anything. Compressor off, compressor off. It helps. Whatever. Okay. We're gonna have to call this good enough. I am trying to wrap up. So, you know, hey, like for a make it in one sitting kind of song, I'm pretty happy with it. Yeah, I don't know. Let's save this as Tuesday morning, not master, because it's not, and let's export this as a 16-bit dithered wave, just in case I want to upload it somewhere. Cool. Let's hear what we made, what I've made. Welcome to Apple. Dude, just do it. I don't have VLC on here. What happened to the thing I wanted to play? Alright, okay, here we go. Trees for leaves, but we got those Cali weeds growing 6 feet high, creeping casings from a 45. Bloody knuckles, twisted ankle, screams in chlorine, jacuzzi, honey, molly, water, disco, fever dreams. Crawled into a bottom floor window. Okay, yeah, I need to fix that. Nobody sighs except for lingering dead souls. fresh bullet holes, radar towers, bleeding tongues. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. I kind of checked out for a second. Yeah. It sucks. But yeah, maybe it's funny. Thanks for watching. Love you.